Hey there, y'all. I am hopping on, gonna make sure that audio's working, I'm showing up properly. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. For the most part, it is outside of our viewing area. However, I just wanna keep up with those storms and stuff. So if you give me 1 sec, I'm gonna make sure that my audio is working. Okay. So audio is working, that is great. I've been watching this severe thunderstorm out in McMullen County, just to the south of Tilden, and it caught my eye not only because of the severe thunderstorm warning, but because it continued to intensify. You can tell there's a lot of lightning with it, but I was also watching the hail. And whenever I would pull up the hail tracker, and I'll show you what I mean here in a minute, it kind of was curving to the south out of what was warned. And so you can see there's 2 separate severe thunderstorm warnings here. And I'm gonna get a pointer. So this was the initial one right here, and I was watching the hail tracker and it was kind of going like this. So you can kind of see how it's making this, what we call a right turn. And now we have this second warning out here, and that one does include part of our viewing area, part of Live Oak County, the very southwestern corner of it, but because it's in our viewing area, I did want to hop on this for y'all. So we're gonna start with just normal radar here, as it's been showing. You can tell I'm gonna take lightning off so we can see the storm and kind of the rainfall, if you will. I'm also going to adjust the timeline on here so it's not quite as long of a radar loop. We don't really care about what was going on 3 hours ago. Also going to slow down the loop for you so it's a little bit easier to watch. So this is what we're dealing with right now, a severe storm out towards McMullen and Live Oak counties. Again, this first warning right here is set to expire at 7 o'clock, so in the next couple of minutes, it's just gonna drop off the map. The Weather Service not gonna reissue that one because they already have another warning in place, this one right here. And you can tell how it's almost kind of curved like this, and that is following the storm motion because they're seeing the same stuff I am. They're seeing that eastward or right turn from the storm. So we have some pretty heavy rainfall rates in here. I'm gonna actually pause this, and I think I actually have to take off the watches and warnings. Just bear with me, I'll put them back. But in order to query the rainfall, I need to take those off, otherwise it'll give me the watches and warnings. So that is a crazy number. I will go out and say that right now because it's likely measuring hail. So that this precipitation right here, the 2 inches an hour, is probably a little bit more realistic for this storm. Whenever I don't know if y'all can see my mouse whenever, you can't. So whenever I queried that and it said 16 inches an hour, I was clicking right here in the heaviest rain, but that's where we're likely seeing hail. So this is probably dropping a couple inches an hour. And we're not too concerned with flooding this evening. It is a concern in any storms that sit over one area for any amount of time, but none of these storms seem to be just sitting in one area. They do seem to be moving. So I'm gonna pop those watches and warnings back on for y'all. There we go. So now we can see that. And I'm gonna put the lightning back on as well. Lightning is a good indicator. If you can see it kind of going from this, there's not a lot, to this, it's all tightly packed together and there's a lot more lightning bolts on the screen. That's a good indicator as well of the storm strengthening. So that is what I have been watching and keeping tabs on for the last half hour since our 6 o'clock newscast ended. I mentioned the hail tracker for y'all. I'm gonna pull that up before this other little warning goes away here in a minute. So what I had been watching, the storm was warned here, but notice how instead of following along this way through the middle of the warning, it kind of goes along this edge right here, and it makes, again, that kind of right turn, a little bit more of an eastward jog outside of that warning area. So it kind of went like that. That is why the Weather Service has adjusted the forward motion of that severe thunderstorm warning. So I'm gonna zoom in a little closer here, and I'm gonna just loop this through while I read the warning details. I believe it was warned for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yes. So that is what this newest warning here is for. It's for, I don't think any of my query tools will show that. It'll just show that the warning is there, yeah. Let me put a text box on here so y'all can see it for anyone who is, you know, joining in with us. If you'll bear with me while I go through 5 million options on my computer. That is very large, but it'll work. Okay. And I'm also gonna go back to regular radar. That is not what should have come up. There, that's not right. What is, I'm gonna have to just restart the radar and just put that text box back on there. Okay, there we go. So again, this thunderstorm warning gonna go until 7:45. So this one just kind of kicked in as that older warning, you saw it drop off. This one goes until 7:45. The bulk of this storm, really the part that is severe warned, is still outside of our viewing area more so. It's in south central McMullen County. So if you're driving along 16 right here up towards Tilden, it is quite stormy there, to say the least. And I am just going to get rid of this box because every time I jump between my different radar products, it's going to go away. But I will try to continue mentioning this for anyone who is joining on, just to keep y'all updated. So what I want to see, I'm going to go back in here to my hail tracker. And this was a little while ago, about 10 minutes ago. I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to look at how big this hail was. So again, I have to take off my watch and warning, otherwise it'll tell me the watch and warning instead of how big the hail was. So this was seeing hail around 2 to 2.5 inches. Now the Weather Service, they warned for 2 inches. So this storm has some pretty decent sized hail, and I believe if we pull this forward a little bit closer to now, 10 minutes after that scan I just showed y'all, it's back under 2 inches. It's closer to 1.5 inches. That's kind of the biggest number that I'm seeing here. And that's around ping pong size ball hail. So I had this graphic, I'm pulling it up for y'all real quick. I had this in our 6 p.m. and I think it does a really good job of describing the different size of hailstones. So what we have essentially in our forecast, if you will, for tonight, what we're watching out for is quarter size hail up to about the size of an egg. I know eggs come in all different shapes and sizes, but for all intents and purposes, hen egg on our graphic here, about 2 inches. So this kind of 1 to 2 inch range is what we're looking at this evening, but most of these storms should be on the lower end of that, hopefully. It's just these more isolated incidents, like that storm here for the last 10 minutes or so was a little bit on the higher end of that threshold. So that is essentially what our forecast was for. The severe risk that we are watching this evening is up towards the northwestern half. Oh my goodness. Oh, I hit my space bar. I'm gonna put my hands in my lap so I don't do that again. The severe risk for us, that slight or 2 out of 5 risk, is up towards our northwestern counties. So that's the yellow color here. And then the rest of the coastal bend, we're also in a severe risk, but it's a marginal or a 1 out of 5 risk. So everyone has a severe risk this evening, but that highest risk is off to our northwestern counties. And that is where we find that severe storm right now, just outside of our area in McMullen County. It is going towards Live Oak County. The warning, I'm gonna have to scroll way back up here. The warning does extend just into our area. Oh, I pulled up a hail tracker, that's okay. So this warning does include part of our area, but again, the bulk of the storm out here currently, almost about to make its way across 16 entirely. So we have, again, this severe thunderstorm watch going until 11 p.m. That is this pink color, and the severe thunderstorm warning in this orange polygon. This runs until 7:45, so about the next 40 minutes or so. But the pink color here, this runs until 11 o'clock tonight. That's when the Weather Service thinks we'll start to be running out of those ingredients for severe storms, but it's not when our rain chances are over. Our rain chances are actually going to continue for the better part of overnight and into tomorrow morning. So I'll pull that up real quick. It's taking its time loading. There we go. So the rain chances for tonight, overall, the entire evening, entire coastal bend, were scattered to numerous. That's what we're looking at, or 60 to 70% if you prefer numbers. But at any one time, those rain chances are more into the scattered range, 50% or so, because what we're expecting isn't just this sorry if I hit my microphone, this widespread blob of rain covering everywhere all at once all night. That's not what we're expecting. What we are watching is these individual storms like we have right now, and they'll either continue to be kind of individual and orient themselves in a line as it makes its way towards us, or they'll kind of grow together and congeal or grow upscale, as we call it, into a singular line of storms. So at any one time, you're only going to have kind of this strip or these individual storms. The coverage overall at that one particular time, not going to be crazy high. But over the course of the entire night, most of the area will see some rain. So that's kind of how we do our rain chances here, a little peek behind the curtain. We have this red polygon or box on the rain chances here, and that kind of signifies the time that we'll be watching for any severe storms. And it does go a little bit past that 11 o'clock hour for the severe thunderstorm watch, but I just wanted to be extra careful and make sure that up until that point that y'all are aware that a stronger storm at least could occur, if not severe. Now I did just see an update to my phone from the Weather Service that they, I believe, decreased the hazards for this warning. So they continually update these warnings. It's not like they put it out and then leave it alone and never change it. They keep up on top of these things. So I want to say that they downgraded the amount or the size of the hail from, I think it was 2 inches earlier. I want to say it went down to 1.25 inches. Yes. So 1.25 inches is around $half size. If we go back to that graphic I showed y'all, 1.25 inches on our hail size here is somewhere between the size of a quarter, a coin, and a ping pong ball. So they're saying that that's around the size of a $half coin. That is what this storm is now being warned for. Pull it back up. So that is where it is. We're also starting to see some activity out into the farther brush country out towards northeast Webb County, just to kind of the northwest of Freer. We're starting to see this storm here. It doesn't look quite as good as this one in terms of severity or strength. And what I mean by that, I'm going to pause it. You still have some red in here, so it's still dropping a decent amount of rain. Rainfall rates are probably 1.5 inches to 2 inches, somewhere around that range. But the lightning isn't nearly as concentrated as this. There's not quite as many lightning strokes here. They're not super tightly packed. You can make the argument kind of right in here they are, but there's nowhere near as much lightning. So that lightning is a decent indicator of how strong a storm is. You don't have quite as much lightning, not as strong of a storm. We're going to play this through again, please. There we go. And then out towards south central Webb County, this is out towards the Laredo TV, towards their area, their viewing area. Another smaller, even less put together storm. So what we're mainly watching right now is just to our north and to our northwest. Now I'm actually going to pull up kind of a wider view, more of Texas here. Bear with me for 5 seconds. And this storm, it now looks a little bit bigger and more blobby on radar because I added more radars to look at. And so whenever you have more radars, for instance, I'm going to actually pause it, and I think okay. So the little sweeping radar arms, they're coming out from each radar. You can see there's the San Antonio radar up near Killeen, and then the one here by the airport. So as you get farther and farther away from these radars, their radar beams are actually going up in the atmosphere. So when I add a bunch more of these on, this radar up here towards San Antonio, it's seeing a lot farther up into the atmosphere. It's seeing the top of this storm, and so it's just adding that on top of the Corpus Christi radar. So that's why this one looks a lot bigger. Now I'm gonna go back to playing this here so it doesn't look quite as crazy. There's not quite as much activity right now through central Texas as there was this evening. There is one severe storm. I'm not sure the name of this county, but where Seguin is. And there's still a decent amount of activity over towards the Houston area. So just if you're curious about what's going on around the state, you have loved ones around the state, northeast Texas, some showery activity, not looking crazy up there. So we are focused down here in South Texas. We have a severe thunderstorm watch running until 11 p.m. and we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning just outside of our area, kind of crossing over into our area until 7:45. I'm gonna hop in the comments. I haven't checked those yet. I'm gonna see what y'all are saying, what you're up to, any questions. I have to get to it though. Somebody said it was in the 50s in San Antonio, and yes, this is part of a front. So I should be able to pull up here my Texas temperatures map. And there should be a pretty clear difference. Don't mind this stationary front. This is from a previous day. I can actually just take it off. You get a little behind the scenes look at how I alter my graphics. There we go. There we go. So I took that front off because it was not accurate. So you can tell there's a lot cooler air off to our north, up towards San Antonio, where someone said, I don't remember the name, I'm sorry, but temperatures are in the 50s up in San Antonio and Austin, near that in Del Rio. But Houston, Corpus Christi, we're in the 70s, and then Laredo in the 80s. The reason for that is partially the front that's kind of helping to drive this severe weather event, but it's also the storms themselves. So as rain is falling down through the atmosphere, it helps to cool it off. And so you get this push of rain-cooled air, and that's how sometimes if we ever talk about an outflow boundary ahead of some storms, that is the rain-cooled air pushing forward. So that is currently near our northern counties at this point. I'm going to pull up coastal bend temperatures here. So none of our stations are reporting necessarily cooler temperatures just yet, but up towards, I believe, Choke Canyon and Whitsett, maybe probably not Pawnee just yet, places up towards our northern counties, they're starting to see a little bit of that cool air, just the first little push of it. And then we have that storm out here. So I anticipate whenever this map updates in the next little while that we'll see some cooler air right down here towards southern McMullen County too. Going back to radar. So just a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings, one closer to us. And I actually do want to point out, whenever we're showing y'all this severe thunderstorm watch, this pink color here, I'm trying to think on how I want to describe this. It's probably easier to just show you, but it doesn't actually totally fill up Clayburgh County, for example. So the way that the Weather Service actually issues these watches what they do is they draw a big box on a map. And our maps interpret that as the entire county. So if this hasn't updated since I looked at it this afternoon, there's really just a tiny little slice of Clayburgh County that's in this box. So this is what the actual watch area is. But just to be on the safe side, because the last time I was here for a severe weather event, we had some severe storms a few weeks ago. We had, I think, I'm trying to remember if it was a marginal or a slight risk, whatever it was, the edge of that risk was through our northern counties, and we had severe storms down here. So I think the majority of the coastal bend does have the ingredients necessary, so that is why I chose to show it this way to y'all. So now this storm out towards northeast northeast Webb County, excuse me, that one is starting to get stronger. So it doesn't have quite as much lightning as the one in McMullen County, comparing those two, but it's starting to get there, and you can see the colors underneath it. So I'll take the lightning off here for a sec, and I will pause it. So whenever the radar is picking up these really high reflectivities, it could either be rain, or in this case, we're pretty certain it's hail, because you have a lot of lightning. And really cool fact, whenever hailstones are kind of brushing up against each other, they can kind of send little electrical sparks out, and that's how we get some lightning. So usually lightning and hail kind of go hand in hand, mostly because they're just a strong storm, but also because the hail can kind of produce lightning to a certain extent. This is a really fun platform to be able to just kind of spitball all of my meteorological knowledge at you, whether you ask for it or not, so I do apologize. I would not be surprised in the next few minutes if the Weather Service issues a warning for this. So I'm going to pop up the hail tracker, because it's starting to see, the radar is starting to see a little bit of hail right here with this storm. And that corresponds to roughly inch and a quarter hail, somewhere in there. So that is severe criteria. And I'm going to check in the Weather Service chat if they have said anything. I don't think so. I haven't heard any notifications going off. No, I haven't seen anything. They haven't mentioned anything. So this warning is still for inch and a quarter hail, so kind of the same size as this one right here, and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So the 60-mile-per-hour wind, that's base thunderstorm strength, and then inch hail is base thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm criteria. So it's a little bit more than that. So again, I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and issue a severe storm warning for this one right here, and the direction that it's moving, just based on the hail, looks to be about like this. So that's kind of the area I think I can draw. I would kind of anticipate something like this to pop up, severe storm warning. Now this storm up here, you can tell compared to the last little bit, it went from radar indicated 2 to 2.5 inch hail for a good majority of that storm down to this right now. So just this kind of smaller stuff out here, and then you still have this one little pocket of larger hail, I should say, but even then it's on the lower end of severe criteria. And I also did just see this county up here. I need to zoom out to see which one it is. They dropped the severe warning, severe watch from that. So I'm going to go back to this. And the reason that they will start dropping the severe watches kind of from this area back this way that they just did, you saw this one drop off the map as I was zoomed in, is because once these storms are kind of to a certain point, all of the air in this area back here, it's kind of used up. It's a lot cooler. We just saw those temperatures in the 50s and 60s. There's probably not as much moisture left over. A lot of the energy has already been tapped out from showers and storms earlier today. So now they're not expecting severe weather there anymore. So they have dropped the watch for that area. We still, the entire coastal bend, have the severe watch in place for us. That does make me curious. I am going to check the Storm Prediction Center, the people who put out the severe risks, so that 1 and 2, the yellow and green, or the green and yellow. I'm going to look and see how that has changed, if at all. Because usually around 6 or 7 p.m. is when they do their updates. And I did just get a notification for the other severe storm out in Webb County. Let me get my pointer back, this one right here that I was talking about. They are going to issue a severe warning for it. But we will have to wait and see. They actually did say it'll be ping pong ball size hail and severe winds up to 60 miles per hour. So that would be 1.5-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. So this storm is strengthening. It's going to get severe warned here in a sec. And then this one looks to be weakening a little, but it still does have a good bit of thunder, lightning, heavy rain with it. I'm going to check comments. If there's any questions, as always, drop them in there. I will do my best to catch them and answer them. So a lot of people saying, you know, that they don't have rain yet. What time is it supposed to come in? Or their location is clear right now. So I can kind of answer all of those at once. So I'm just going to leave the radar here while I talk. And again, we're probably going to watch a severe warning pop up for this other storm here in a second. So until then, I'm going to make sure this is all in there properly. I never center myself here. Okay. So there it is. There's that severe thunderstorm warning. It does include Freer. That's kind of where I drew my artistic rendition of the severe storm warning earlier. So we're going to go, I'm just going to double check and make sure. 60 mile per hour wind gust, ping pong size hail, which is 1.5 inches. And then this other one to the north that expires at 7:45 is still also 60 mile per hour winds and 1.25 inches hail. So what I'm doing is I'm going to go back again, and I had tried this earlier and it didn't really work. That looks a lot better. Okay. What I'm doing is I'm just making these little boxes to go right underneath the warnings so that you can see what they are being warned for. Because whenever I try to just click on it with one of these little auto queries, it won't give me this information in these boxes. It'll pop it up off screen, and I want you all to be able to see what these are being warned for. Because now we're talking about multiple storms. Okay. So I will go back to those questions and comments here in just a second. Just making sure that this is all on here for anyone who may be joining us in the middle of all this. So folks who are saying, you know, it's clear in their area, are we going to see anything? Yes, we will eventually. So we're watching these storms. I think had been pretty clear in our forecast the past couple of days that this would be an evening into the overnight hours type of event. So yesterday I was on First Edition in the morning, today I'm in the evening. But on First Edition, we kept saying this is going to be in the evening, so if you have any spring break plans, it's the first weekend of spring break, you should be good to go. It'll just be on the breezy side, it'll be warm, humid, typical South Texas in spring. But into the evening hours, we'll need to watch for storms approaching us from the north and the northwest, and that's what we're seeing right now. So we started to see some of those showers and storms, not a lot, but some of them approaching kind of right here. This is always a nice little reference point, kind of this diagonal of Live Oak County. because a lot of fronts kind of come in at an angle. Usually it parallels that pretty well. So that's where we started to see activity around 5 o'clock. It wasn't a lot. It was a couple of showers, maybe a weaker storm, stuff like that, just kind of in this area. And I can actually, it's a radar loop I can show you. So around 5 o'clock, right there, kind of like that. And then as we got into the 6 o'clock hour, when our newscast started, that's when we started to see a little bit more activity. So again, this is about an hour and a half ago at this point. So we started to see some of these more individualized storms popping up. They're all pretty separate from one another and all generally kind of moving off to the northeast. But overall, in its entirety, this system, this front, it's very slowly moving south. So you'll kind of see that, how these storms are individually going this way, and that's why the warnings are drawn that way. But then you have the front moving to the south. So we're bringing geometry back here. So your overall motion between these two arrows here, between these two, is something more like this, because they're overall moving more to the northeast, but they are slowly moving south. So that's kind of how the Weather Service is able to pinpoint and predict these storm directions. So that was around 6:30. We started to see this storm really intensify. It got a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain and hail. And then we started watching down towards northeast Webb County. Again, outside of our viewing area, but we're watching it because we know that storm motion is coming up this way. So now we get to 7 o'clock-ish, about half an hour ago. And that's when the storm was probably at its peak. We were seeing 2-inch hail, that's what it was warned for, a lot of lightning, and then this storm starts picking up. And this is around the time that I hopped on here, I believe, was 6:45 or 7. And then now this is where we're at. So this storm, right in the middle of that severe warning, it's just starting to cross over into Live Oak County, and then this storm right here just starting to cross over into Duval County. I am going to zoom in here. Hopefully it doesn't take that away. Oh, nice. I was worried that it would take the these text boxes off. So to answer the question, are we going to see any rain? Yes. It depends on where you are. If these stay in a more, I'm trying to think of the layman's term, but all I can think of is cellular, because they're individual cells. If they stay in these more individual storm forms, then that's a little more hit and miss in terms of the rainfall. But if they get into more of a line structure, that increases the wind threat, but that means more folks see rain. Going back into comments. Someone asks, so not till later on tonight. I think you're asking about the rain. Yes. Our news also not going on until later tonight. We're a 10:30 newscast tonight instead of 10. There's NBA on, I believe. And then a post show kicking us to 10:30. So until then, we'll just be monitoring the weather for y'all. And I'm going to go in and double check again these severe warnings, make sure they haven't changed any. So that is still 60 mile per hour, 1.5 inch, and this. That's still the same, yeah. Okay. So what I want to do now, I'm going to go one by one to these two storms, and I'm going to time them out. So just bear with me. I'm going to make sure there's nothing else popping up real quick down here. No. Okay. So this first storm, the Weather Service, wrong query button. There we go. They say it's moving east at 15. So I want to verify that. I like to do the speeds myself. And the way that we do it, if you've never seen us do this before, I'm going to track over the course of a half hour, kind of where the edge of the storm is. And don't mind the lines on here, the arrows. I'm just marking it for myself to see where it is. I'm going to go back a half hour. It's kind of like that. And then I'm going to measure the distance between these two. And that'll tell me over the course of 30 minutes how fast this is going. So it's a little bit shorter of a distance here, a little bit longer there. So between 5 and 10 miles per hour over the course of 30 minutes. Double it, it's around 10 to 20 miles per hour. Weather Service is going 15. I'm good with that. So I'm going to drag this back to current. I will pull my 15 mile per hour timeline out. And I'm going to go along with the motion. I only like to drag these out by an hour because sometimes storms like to dissipate on us, and I don't want to provide false hope. But I do think these will continue because we have a lot of moisture, a lot of heat in our atmosphere. Both of those things act as fuel or food for storms. So I'm going to just drag this out by about an hour. It gave me 3. I want to see if I can increase the amount of cities that it pops up. Well, it's set to include up to 10, so it just doesn't think that there's a lot of stuff in this area, or auto query. I'm gonna play this. I'm going to redraw it. So I think this is now going a little bit more east to southeast. It's continuing that kind of right turn. So I'm actually going to be going a little more southeast than the warning is. So it's only popping up one location, Clegg. So George West is still getting a little bit of rain, but I do think overall the motion of this storm is a little bit more in the direction of this squall line tracker right here. I'm going to draw. I'm getting my starting point so you can kind of watch along. So that arrow that I just drew, that was kind of the track that this storm has been following. So whenever we say it's turning to the right or a right turn, it's relative to the storm. So this would be if you are the storm and you're moving forward, you're moving that way. This is the left side and this is, well, that wasn't R. There we go. And that would be the right side. So it's turning to the right. And we tend to see that with stronger storms as we have different wind directions in the atmosphere. That helps with storm organization. We call that wind shear. And it tends to, once these storms get stronger, they get taller, they're steered a little bit more by those upper level winds. And so those turn to the right as you continue to go up. So that's what this is doing here. Now I am going to do that same thing for this other storm. I'm going to track over the last 30 minutes how far it's gone and measure it out and track it forward for y'all. Right there, about here. Measure it in a couple places, 10 miles an hour. And the Weather Service is putting this at 15 miles per hour. So I have it moving a little bit faster than they do. And I'm going to just visually compare it to the storm north of it. See if it looks like it's moving faster. No. So I'll keep it at 15. I'm going to look how it's going. It also appears to be turning more right, which at this point would take it more east into Duval County this way. So this is kind of the timeline on that storm to the south. Currently in Webb County, the majority of it moving across into northern Duval County at this time. And it looks like, I'm actually going to redraw that so that it's more accurate, because it looks very wonky now, but the timing will be a little bit more accurate for somewhere like Freer, because you have kind of this notch right here that if I were to just go like this, it would make the rain arrive a little bit too soon. So towards Freer, this looks to get there in the next half hour or so. That, I don't agree with that. Storms are finicky. There we go. That looks a lot better. So I think the storm gets to Freer within the next half hour or so, and then out towards Seven Sisters a little bit after that. But the my pointer. This lighter rain out here will likely get there sooner, so it may start to drizzle, but the bulk of the rain is what I'm tracking here. So this lighter stuff out here, it's already, you know, just to the north of Seven Sisters. It's probably already raining there. But what I'm tracking here is this stronger storm, the heavier rain, moving that way. I'm going to clear this off. We're going to go back to the hail tracker. And I'm going to make sure the weather service isn't talking about any changes. Because as I mentioned earlier, they'll continue to monitor these as the storms progress up until they're gone. And they'll keep updating the warnings as needed. They haven't updated anything. Somebody asked about protecting vehicles. Hail in Corpus. Okay. So we do have a chance for some hail in Corpus, but again, that main risk for the severe weather is off to our northwest. I'll pull up the graphic so I'm not just wildly motioning so you can actually see what I'm talking about. So this line right here between the yellow and green, that's the difference between the slight and marginal severe risks. So everyone in the coastal bend is under some type of severe weather risk. The difference between these two is that you can see slightly more intense storms in the yellow, or they may be slightly more widespread. So think maybe more scattered severe storms versus more isolated. So that's kind of the difference at what we're looking at. So yes, there is still the chance for hail in Corpus Christi. It won't be until much later this evening into the overnight hours, but there still is that chance. Right now what we're seeing is some hail and severe storms right in this area, kind of the northwest Duval County and towards southwest Live Oak County. So hail and wind are two biggest concerns, and of those two, I would say hail is the larger concern, at least at this point, because as we've already seen, this was my forecast from earlier this evening, hail of 1 to 2 inches, isolated larger than that. So 1 to 2 inches, that's what we've already seen. We saw the one right here get warned for 2-inch hail at one point, and that was pretty brief, it already came back down. But most of these storms have been warned for 1 1/4 to 1 1/2 inch hail. So yes, there still is the chance for that. A good rule of thumb, whenever it comes to if you're expecting severe weather, is just park your car under cover in a garage if you can. If you are at an apartment and you have the covered parking, go slip in there. Hopefully you pay for it, but if not, that's between you and them. So this storm out towards Freer, Duval County seems to be ramping up a little bit. But actually, this is because, as I mentioned earlier, I have a bunch of different radars on, so it looks a lot bigger. So if I change this, I believe, back to just the Corpus Christi radar, these storms are going to look a lot more slender now. So, oh, the radar is going around. It goes out in a circle, and that's why it dropped off for a second. But it is back. So somebody else had asked, hail and protecting the field. Okay, so that was the same question. We are getting updated warnings. They might change here in the next second. So they continue the severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Duval and east central Webb counties. So that's the storm closer to Freer. They did up the intensity of hail to 1 3/4 inch. And then the severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern McMullen County, they canceled. So it's still on there. It's going to take a sec for this warning to drop off, but they're saying that they canceled this. And if we go back to the hail tracker, there's still this tiny little pocket of around 1 inch hail, this kind of cyan color, this really bright blue right there. So I'm anticipating this to drop off, and maybe they reissue just a tiny little warning, because there's still a decent amount of lightning and rain. Granted, that being said, what makes a storm severe is not lightning or rain. I actually have a graphic. Let's go along with this, trying to change things up and keep this intriguing. To be a severe storm, you either have to have 1 inch hail, 58-mile-per-hour winds or greater, or just a tornado of any strength. Any one of these things, any two of these things, any combination of them, that makes a storm severe. So whenever I just said it still has a lot of lightning and heavy rain, that actually does not make a storm technically severe. It's still strong, but it is not severe. So I'm going to jump back up here and see if that has dropped off yet or not. It's still there. I'm just reading the Weather Service chat right now. I think I know why. This one hasn't dropped off yet, even though they're canceling it. What they're really doing is they're just not reissuing it. So it's 7:42 and it expires at 7:45. They're probably just not going to reissue this. It's probably just going to drop off at 7:45. That's why. This storm, however, they are talking about the 1.75 inch hail, 1 3/4 inch. That's roughly golf ball size hail. So that is pretty big. That will definitely do a bit of damage. Otherwise, rest of the coastal bend, we're quiet, nothing to talk about just yet. You can see, though, this line right here, this green popping up on radar, it's not necessarily rain. It's really just a bigger gust of wind out ahead of these storms. So as we talk about whenever we're talking about severe storms, they drop a lot of rain. That rain is cool. It cools the air around it. And they actually did reissue that warning out ahead of it. So that rain-cooled air, it's dropping from the sky. It can't go through the ground, so it has to go out, and it goes out ahead of the storm. So that's what we're seeing here, is just kind of a big gust of wind. That's the gust front we sometimes talk about. So they actually did, like I said, reissue this one. It just popped up. Yes. Because they had at 7:39, so for about 4 or 5 minutes, they just said, we're canceling this one, and then said nothing else. They did end up reissuing it. And I'm going to say it's probably because of wind as opposed to hail. They are still warning it for the potential or the possibility of 1 inch hail, but you can see on hail tracker, I'm not necessarily seeing that. 1 inch hail would be kind of in the blue color range. now we're just seeing this quarter to half inch stuff, but it is possible that that storm re-strengthens as it continues to move forward. So that other warning, this one is probably about to drop off. There it goes. 7:45, so that one expired. This one is now going to go, I believe it said until 8:30. Yes, so 8:15 end time, 8:30 end time. I'm just going to leave this on the current hail situation. So Hail Tracker is only seeing 1.5 inches on this. It is warned for up to 1.75 inches. I'll put the warnings back on for y'all. And I believe they're both just the base wind, the 60 mile per hour. Here in a second, I'm going to pull up the velocity. I haven't looked at it yet, and I'm just curious. You'll probably be able to see the that gust front that I was talking about on there. Cancels, continues, issues, expires. Okay. So this, you can kind of see this purple right here. It's not necessarily this purple. It's more so that's kind of where the radar says that the data is not really good. You can see it kind of in this area too, and up here. It's not super strong winds. It's just bad data, and the radar just interprets it, and you can tell, actually, if I pause it here, how it forms kind of the edge of a circle. It's easier to see when it's playing, but that's just the edge of the data right there. Just to point that out, it's not the same as this purple up here. And so I mentioned, again, I'm gonna decrease the length of the loop here. So this is showing the last 2 hours. Not really much to talk about. I should be on, okay. I wanted to make sure I was on the proper color table. There's 2 different ones, red and green. This is the correct one. It's brighter, it's easier to see stuff on. So what I mentioned earlier about the radar, that gust front, that rain-cooled air, big push of it, you can see it right here on radar, how it's popping up. And the interesting thing about radar velocity scans is that if there's nothing there, there's no rain, there's no hail, there's no dust, there's nothing for that radar beam to hit and send back, then nothing shows up. So this is likely little dust particles, maybe a little bit of light rain, but probably a lot of little dust particles because it's a gust of air and we have a lot of dry soils, right? So that is likely what that is seeing. And if I switch over to my radar, you can see that exact same line right here. So as I mentioned, it's possible there's a little bit of light rain in there, but it's more so dust. Sometimes it's even birds. Radar can actually see those. So I'm gonna let this loop. Is there a possibility storms can go up in the mountains in Mexico? I'm not totally sure I understand that, because the storms are coming up here from Mexico. So the way that I'm interpreting that question as if they were going to the south, but the storms are coming up towards us. So if you can rephrase that, I'll still try to answer it. The hail on this storm continues to shrink. So they're probably warning it for wind whenever they get back around to reissuing. But since they just issued this warning, we're probably not going to get an update for a little bit on it. But I can tell you that the size of the hail is going down. So earlier it had that 1.5 to 2 inch hail. Now there's really not that much associated with this storm moving into Live Oak County. So you can tell around here, about 7 o'clock south of Tilden, decent amount of hail, pretty big on the scale here. We progress towards 7:30, still a little bit of hail, still severe, warned. And then now we're not seeing all that much. This is just like pea-sized hail, just little tiny like vegetable peas. So that's on hail tracker 1/4 to 1/2 inch. So still hail, but not severe level. This one though, down here towards Freer, we're seeing 2 pockets of hail. So this is interesting. I may be biased, but this is interesting. So notice how this is 30 minutes ago. We have 1 pocket of hail right here. And again, it's severe warned at this point. You have over inch hail. Anything in blue is severe. We go closer to 7:30. That hail size increases. The storm intensifies. We go forward another 10 minutes. It's still very strong, but now we're starting to get more hail down here, but also back here behind it. We push it forward another 10 minutes to now, and that pocket of hail that was down here, now that one has intensified, and this one is decreasing in strength. So we'll probably see that reflected on radar. So around 30 minutes ago, most of the hail was concentrated right around here. Another 10 minutes forward, most of the hail was around here, and we started to see a little tiny bit down here. Another 10 minutes forward, that's when we started to see more of it down here, and then now that's where we're getting the new pocket of hail in that same area. I'm actually going to see if I can just pop on the radar on top of that. This is the other velocity color I told you we don't like. I'm fixing the radar. Really? Oh. I was wondering where the radar went. It probably went to a higher tilt. Yes, it did. So radars, if you didn't know, you can actually tilt them up and down. There we go. I was trying to decrease the amount of clutter and just bad stuff on the radar. And instead I looked at the way higher tilt where you don't see anything. So what I was trying to do was overlay the hail and the radar. And actually, if I can, yes, I can, perfect. So what I have here, I just added the radar. It's now underneath the hail tracker, so it's a little bit easier to see. You can see exactly where it's in the middle of this storm up here when it was strong, a little bit as the storm started to go. And now you don't have too much hail going on here. And then this one, actually, going to make it a little transparent just so I can see through the storm. So what's interesting to me is, so I've mentioned radar, it goes up at an angle. The way that our hail tracker must work, if I take the opacity of it down, see how this darkest blue, it's actually in an area where there's technically not any rain falling. It's because if I were to go back up to that higher radar scan, there would be rain there, and it's all coming down. I'm just looking at one level of the radar here. So there still is rain and hail there, but it just doesn't totally line up on this viewpoint. That's interesting. So I'm going to switch back over to velocity. And I have a graphic here I'll pull out. I just have to scroll for it. that will be useful in an explanation here. So whenever we get farther away from the radar, we're not only horizontally farther, as if you're driving from here to George West, it's pretty far distance, you're actually, as I mentioned, going up in the atmosphere. And so whenever we're wanting to look at surface-based stuff, it's a lot harder farther out there. So this graphic, it's really cool. It shows just how far the radar beam is. I have to let it play through before I can get my arrow. There we go. So out here, if I want to look at the velocity towards the surface, it's really not going to be giving me anything useful. It's going to be seeing we're between these outer two rings here and in between these two. So between Freer, we're looking at 4,000 to 5,000 feet up in the air. For this storm, we're in here. That's a little better, but still not great. So something we have to consider when looking at radar. Okay, so Bree asked the question, can thunderstorms still develop from the mountains of Mexico? Yes, thank you for rephrasing that. So that's what we see a lot of, and we actually, I'm gonna put the Brownsville radar on too. Okay, so now what I have up right now is the Corpus Christi radar and the Brownsville radar, so that's what we're seeing. And so there are the mountains of Mexico right here. And we do have storms firing up. A lot of them right now, you can tell they fizzle out. You've got one out here, but that is, where's my ruler? That's over 100 miles from the coastal bend, 150 miles just from the southwest corner, and over 200 miles to Corpus Christi. So that's a very long time for a storm to continue its intensity, but it does show that the environment out here is just as favorable as it is closer to us. So yes, we still can see some stuff forming out in the mountains of Mexico out here. We typically do in the evening hours, and then we watch it as it progresses across the Rio and then into the brush country and then into the coastal plains. But as of right now, a lot of this activity is dying out as it gets closer to the border. So for now, not too concerned about anything out here, but we'll keep our eyes on it if anything else does form. And then out towards the kind of the transition point between the hill country and brush country, kind of this area right here. We talked about earlier, they dropped the severe thunderstorm watch, and you can tell there's not really any activity going on out there anymore. So while we will be keeping our eyes to the west, we're a little more focused to our immediate west. Okay. Are we going to get the storm towards Bishop and Kingsville? So not quite as far as from Mexico to the coastal bend, but still a decent way. And I'm going to pause this. Hello. There we go. So these storms, again, you can tell from the way that the boxes, the polygons for the warnings are, how they get bigger on one end. That's how you can always tell which direction they're moving, is you've got a smaller end and a bigger end, and they're typically moving towards the bigger end. So these storms are moving a little bit more east than to the southeast directly. So it would take a while for them, you know, to get down to, say, Kingsville, because they are moving more east at this point. But overall, as we've been talking about that, the storm and, I'll rephrase, the system motion, the front itself, is coming south. So the storms will eventually make their way down farther south. It's just going to take a little while longer than if the storms were making a direct beeline. So it'll be a little while, but yes, we do anticipate overnight for these storms to be farther this way. And I think I'm on the crazy radar again. Yep, there we go. Don't see any updates from the Weather Service on the hazards just yet. So it's still, I believe, inch hail for the storm towards Live Oak County. Yes, and inch and a half for the other one, inch and 3/4, yeah. Too big. There we go. So that's what those storms are warned for. So somebody asked about Alice down here. The storms are, same explanation as I gave for Kingsville. The storms are moving more easterly at this point, kind of like that. So it's going to take a while for, you have to add the motion of that front, and the front is very slowly becoming stationary. So stationary fronts still move, it's just very, very slowly. So you're kind of adding something like that, these two motions together. So again, back to geometry, that's about the overall storm motion. For the evening, it's going to take a lot longer than if the storm was kind of on a direct beeline. You can see how those lines are shorter, or the one I just drew is shorter. So yes, we're still in line across most of the coastal bend, especially the inland portions, to still see storms this evening and overnight. It's just going to take a while. We have to be patient, just because of essentially the motion of the system, of that front moving really slow, and then the storms moving more quickly across the front. Somebody asked about Ingleside getting hail, so same explanation as I gave earlier for Corpus Christi if you weren't watching at that point. It's that we are all under some sort of severe risk in the coastal bend, so whether that's the 2 out of 5, the slight risk, or the yellow color, whatever you associate that with, or the marginal risk, the 1 out of 5, the green color. All of us are under some type of severe threat, and we're all pretty much under the severe thunderstorm watch, so that's the pink color. That goes until 11 p.m. So the pink color is that severe thunderstorm watch. I actually can make it the same color, and that way it's easier to distinguish. There we go. Hopefully that's easy to see. So yes, all of us, the entire coastal bend, still have the potential for strong winds, hail, heavy rain, lightning, all of that stuff. It's just more likely for those northwestern counties. So a little bit less likely closer to the coast, especially once we get into the overnight hours. We lose our daytime heating. It's already dark outside. So whatever essentially is in the atmosphere right now is kind of what the storms have left to work with. So we'll still see a favorable environment going into the overnight hours. For these storms, we still have, as I mentioned earlier, that wind shear, the wind changing direction with height in the atmosphere or speed, and that helps for storms to organize, which helps them to strengthen and to become severe. But we also just have a lot of moisture, a lot of humidity, warm temperatures from today. We got decently sunny this afternoon. That helped our temperatures to warm up. Again, that adds more energy to the atmosphere. And that's why when we were I just decimated a bruise on my elbow. I'm going to mute myself for a second. That hurt. Okay. So as we were talking about earlier this evening, up here in the very top corner of the screen. I don't want to move it because then my words will drop off. But out towards where the brush country transitions into the hill country, they did have severe thunderstorm watches earlier this evening, and then they took them away. Because once you're behind this line of storms, those storms have used up a lot of the energy there. So I'm just going to draw a line kind of on the backside of these storms. So kind of from that line back to the north, we're probably not going to see too much more storm activity. It's still possible we get a little bit of rain there, but overall, once those storms have moved through, they're using up a lot of what's in the atmosphere, a lot of that energy. And so not only are the storms just moving away from there, there's not going to be as much, I'll call it juice, for the storms to work with. But out ahead of that, this way where we see those storms moving towards and propagating towards, that's number one, the direction they're moving, so you're likely to see the storms there. But number two, you still have a lot more energy out that way. So while it is now dark outside, we're not adding more heat to the atmosphere for these storms to use. It still has everything that was there from earlier today. So it's still possible that just about anywhere in the coastal bend could see not only rain, but also wind and hail. I'm just taking a breather for a sec. I will jump back in here in a minute. Okay, so the Weather Service still not putting any midway into the warnings, any updates out just yet. What I mean by that is these warnings, they've been in effect for a while. I haven't heard any updates to the hazards being warned, so we're still seeing the 1.75 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds for this storm. This one is still being warned for inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. I am going to pull up hail tracker now. So this storm up here towards Live Oak County, still not seeing severe hail since about half an hour. This has been warned for inch hail, but not seeing that. So it's also being warned for the 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So that's kind of where this one stands. This warning goes through 8:30, so about another 20 minutes. I'm not seeing severe hail with this, but it is possible that it's there because the Weather Service is warning it. Now, this one down towards Freer, we're actually seeing from our hail tracker some severe hail, so anything again in this blue color or darker, kind of outside the warning. So similar to this storm earlier, how it kind of made that right turn and the Weather Service had to adjust their forecast cone from kind of going more this way to a little bit more to the east to accommodate that turn. That's probably what I think we're going to see with this storm. And it just popped up exactly like I said. So we've been seeing kind of this motion with the storm, and then it went this way to where part of it was outside of the warning. So I believe this initial warning is going to expire in the next 6 minutes. This one probably going to go till 8:45 or 9. I need to pull up the warning though. Yeah, till 9. And they are putting it out. Somebody asked if the audio was messed up. I thought I turned myself back on. I'm going to check it. I can hear myself fine. I have the live stream up on my phone so I can look through questions. I'm not hearing any audio issues. But again, the Weather Service did just update those warnings, so I'm going to look at that. I can either do that on my phone or my computer here. Okay. So it says that they are expiring the thunderstorm warning for Webb County. So I'm going to take my artwork off here. So that's this one that I have my arrow pointed at. They are going to expire it, meaning they're just going to let it drop off the map at 8:15. So it's still there for now. Some of that storm is still in this area here, but in the warning, the original one I should say, but at 8:15 this is going to go away because we already have this new warning here. And that one is going to go until 9, so the next 45, 50 minutes. And then this one up here, I believe, goes to 8:30. Again, I don't see any severe hail with this warning or this storm. It's still warned though. Okay, yeah. So they ended up, this storm that I hadn't seen any severe hail in for the last 30 to 40 minutes, they finally just canceled that warning entirely. This warning back here, again, the way that they phrase it is that they are expiring the warning, meaning they're just going to let it expire. It's not that it's a bad warning by any means. It's just at 8:15, it's going to go bye-bye. So this storm here to the southwest of George West, it's still a decent storm. It still has some small hail with it. It's got lightning, heavy rain, all that stuff, but it's not severe anymore. So I pulled this up earlier. If I can find it. I have 385 graphics I have to sort through. So as I mentioned earlier, I pulled this up. If you are just now joining us, you missed this graphic earlier for whatever reason, that storm in Live Oak County, it no longer has any of these things in that left column. None of them ever had a tornado. That was never a concern for any of these warnings for us. We were always looking at wind and hail. And so these storms had been warned for hail of at least 1 inch, up to 2 inches at times, and then winds, they've only been warned for 60 miles per hour at this point. So that storm that they just took off and canceled that warning, they finally said, okay, that's enough. It's not going to ramp back up. That's possibly why they kept the warning for a while after the severe criteria wasn't really being met, was because we do have an environment where storms can kind of pulse up and down, where it can get stronger and then it'll get a little weaker and then it'll get stronger again and weaker and so on and so forth. They were probably anticipating that because we have seen that with these storms this evening. Even before I hopped on our streaming system here, we were seeing those storms kind of pulsing in intensity. So that's probably why they were keeping it open, keeping that warning on. But the warning in Duval County now, we should see this other warning drop off here in a second. So this one for the Freer area, northern Duval County, this one right here, that is for, I'm going to pull up the info. 60-mile-per-hour wind, 1.25 inch hail, so half-dollar size. So a little bit bigger than a quarter. That warning goes until 9 p.m. right here. This one and this other one back here should drop off pretty quickly. But about half of this area from this initial warning right there is still under the warning. So the hail that we're seeing with this is in line with what it's being warned for. Anywhere from 1 inch up to about 1.25 inches, this dark blue color here. That's what we're seeing. That's what it's warned for. I'm going to pull up the wind. Nothing concerning there. Though we do see the, I need my pointer. So again, as I was talking about earlier, at this point, or at this distance physically from the radar, because our radar is over here, this little ball on Highway 44 where the airport is, that's where the radar is. You go out 60 miles, 70 miles horizontally in distance, the radar beam, it's going up at a 0.5 degree angle. And over 70 miles, that ends up putting the radar beam 45 to 5,500 feet in the air. So that's just how far up we're seeing over here. It's 5,000 feet up above the surface. So it's not down towards the ground. But what we are seeing here, pull this up, we've got towards and away. And I'm sure some people are not freaking out, but it raises their awareness. When you see red and green together, you think, oh, a couplet, that's what we call this. Oh, tornado. No, because this is so far up in the atmosphere, whenever we're looking for that other kind of stuff, you want to be looking a lot farther down. So what this is showing is just that, yes, there is spin to this storm, but that just means that it's a supercell storm. It's spinning. It has a mesocyclone. It's rotating. That's the best phrase to use. It just means it's a stronger storm. It's got a lot of lightning with it, a lot of heavy rain, hail, rotating, but not producing a tornado. Because again, we're not concerned about that. We can't see far enough down, and it's not a strong enough signal. So will we still monitor it for that? Yes. Are we concerned about it? No. So elsewhere in the coastal bend, pretty quiet. I'm looking up to our northeastern counties right now. We're still seeing this gust front, this kind of line here on the radar. That's that rain-cooled air just pushing out ahead of the storms. So I can flip over to our temperature map in a sec. We'll find likely cooler air behind that. And then down to our southern counties, also still very quiet. And if you were ever wondering what this stuff is here, this, kind of these little yellow green flashes, that's wind turbines. It's not rain. So I am going to flip over to our temperature map real quick, because I think it'll be pretty cool in some areas by now. I'm expecting maybe 70s in George West and Beeville. Yeah. There we go. So 60s, 70s in our northern counties right now. Our temperature reporting station for George West, it acts kind of funky. Same thing with Refugio, that's why we leave it off the map. Mathis as well. But you can kind of infer if it's around 70 in Beeville and Freer, and that's kind of in the same color scheme, it's around 70 in George West as well. It's still very warm down towards Hebbronville and Benavides, near the 80-degree mark down here. I wonder. I have to lose the color contour, but we can see just a different type of radar here. It just looks a little bit different. It's a little smoother, a little cleaner, but I just wanted to see the temperatures with the storms. So I actually have this. My graphic may pause, just bear with me. because I want to be able to pause the radar, and with that other one I just had up, I can't pause it. This one I can. So we've got I'm making things different colors so it's easier to see. We've got this gust front right here. Some of these options look exactly identical. Okay. Now I will have the proper arrow. So this is that gust front right here, and it is pushing out ahead of the storm. So it's moving this way. That's the rain-cooled air. So we've got cooler temperatures up here. Actually, I do have the option to type. So this is that rain-cooled air behind the gust front, behind this right here. And so out ahead of it, we still have really warm air. So we still have warmer air to the point that we did just see a couple degrees shave off at Hebbronville, but still warmer out here. And warm air, humid air, all of it acts like food for storms. They love it, they gobble it up, and that keeps them going. So even as we see this cooler push of air out ahead of the storms, they're not too concerned about it. If they had emotions, they're not too concerned about it, because they've got all this warmer air out ahead of it. So you can imagine hot air rises, right? That's why a hot air balloon goes up. It's because cooler air is more dense, it's heavier, so it's gonna sink. Well, if it's sinking and pushing ahead, it's displacing warmer air, and so you've got it kind of going like this. That warmer air has to go up and over it. You have rising warm air, that's how we get storms. So we can possibly even see more storm development along the gust front out here. So it's another thing we'll be watching for. But for right now, the main event, activity, whatever, is back here in this cooler air towards Freer. So that's where those storms are being warned. I'm just checking the Weather Service chat. Readjusting the view here. Okay. Someone asking, are we getting hail? If you're out towards Freer, the answer is yes. That is why that storm is severe warned out here. But for the rest of the coastal band at this moment, no. The opportunity, if you will, is still there though. The ingredients for storms to continue this evening, as we just mentioned, to possibly pop up along this line here, or to continue from this storm. It's all very slowly pushing its way to the southeast. We're starting to see now, I think at least, just to my eye, after tracking this for a couple of hours, instead of a slower motion to the south, because the storm, we're just going to deal with a green arrow. The storms were more so going this way earlier and initially, but then you have a front very slowly kind of moving south. So overall, the storms were more so going to the east. And now what we're seeing is a more direct southeast motion, because these storms are getting a little stronger, they're getting taller, so they're tapping into more of the upper levels of the atmosphere, and that is what steers them now. It's comparable and analogous to a hurricane. The stronger they get, the more directed they are by the upper levels of the atmosphere, because really a hurricane is just a very, very big organized thunderstorm. So same thing here on a much smaller level. and much less intense. All right, so the radar must be taking a lap. It'll probably pop up here in a second. There it goes. So we still have a decent amount of lightning, both of these storms, but overall the one that had been previously warned up in McMullen and Live Oak County up here, this area, still has a decent amount of heavy rain, like a little pocket in there, and some lightning, but overall it doesn't compare to this or to what it was earlier. So we, again, still focused on this storm here, moving through Frere at this point. I'm going to pull up the hail tracker, which is not quite as much as earlier. So I mentioned before, talking about that storm to the north of this one, how I think, this is my opinion, how I think the Weather Service had reissued that warning and then they kept it there, even as the hail tracker wasn't really seeing too much severe hail, because of the potential for these storms to pulse up and down in intensity. That's what we're going to be watching for with this one now towards Frere. So it pulsed up in intensity a good bit as it crossed the county line into Duval County. And we even got from here to here a new pocket of hail as that storm, it didn't necessarily collapse, but this part of it was weaker, and then it pulsed up to the south, and we saw this bigger pocket of this secondary pocket of bigger hail. There we go. But now we go forward and it's not quite as intense. So we'll be watching, and I'll be watching if it intensifies again, if it pulses up again. And I did hear my weather center go off. So the Weather Service did not reissue a warning for this one, but they did put out a special weather statement for it, just saying that it's, got some gusty winds to about 40 miles per hour, penny-sized hail. I want to say that's about 3/4 of an inch is penny-sized hail. Yeah, 3/4 of an inch. So it's not severe, but it's still a stronger storm. This one is up here. Alrighty. Will it hold together well enough moving east to produce rain in Corpus Christi? I hope so. Yes. I think our rain chances in Corpus Christi and just overall towards the coast are a little bit lower because this storm system would have to hold together throughout the evening hours, and what I'm getting at by that is we don't have the sun out anymore, so whatever energy is there, it's going to get used up, and then that's it. It's going to get depleted. So by the time it gets out here, a little bit of that energy wears off. It's lost to the atmosphere, for lack of a better phrase, but still there. So it's still possible that these storms are able to hold together, or new ones pop up in their place and move towards us, but not as good of chances as above us or to our north in like Live Oak County, McMullen County, and towards the northwestern corner of Duval County, as we're seeing right now. If I have here. So this was my rainfall forecast from earlier. I haven't checked on rainfall totals right now since we're busy tracking, but I can pull that up here in a second. But this kind of gives you an idea of the higher end, because these storms right now, they're not super widespread. They've been pretty much confined to this area, so we still have the rest of the evening and the overnight hours to go. There's still more rain on the way. But you can tell that as you move closer to the coast, from here to here, closer and closer to the coast, that the rainfall totals are going down. So that's because the storm chances also go down. So we still do have a chance towards the coast, yes. It's just not as high as these areas here, which were the areas that were highlighted by the Storm Prediction Center. I'll pull this up again. So You've got the lower rainfall totals down here. You've got the lower severe risk. Still have a severe risk though. Still have rain chances. So it's possible we see either of them. It's just not as likely as these areas. I am actually going to pull up now a wider view of Texas that has the updated version of this severe risk. I mentioned probably an hour ago at this point, I've been on here for a while, that the Storm Prediction Center, that is who puts out these, I need my arrow. That's who puts out the convective outlooks, is what they're officially called, but these severe weather risks, the green and yellow here. Earlier this evening and throughout today, it encompassed kind of up towards here. It had a lot more of the state in the yellow color. But since that front has pushed through, it's probably about right here where that line of storms is towards Houston and over towards Beaumont, Lake Charles, so on and so forth. They update the severe weather risk because there's no use in keeping it for an area that's not going to see severe weather anymore. So that's also why we had those severe thunderstorm watches get dropped off out here. We still have them all down in the coastal bend. But this is that updated view. I'm actually going to change over my radar, take the warnings off, put the outlook on, just so it's a little easier to see. Cool. So we still have this 2 out of 5 risk, the slight risk. And the marginal risk. So we still have those in place, and I'm going to look at the Storm Prediction Center's website. For us, it's still a wind and hail risk. The reason why there is still a slight risk, because they consider 3 different hazards, the Storm Prediction Center. They consider a tornado, wind, and hail threat. So the reason that we're still seeing the yellow, this slight risk here, is for the hail. It's not for the wind. The wind threat, they're both pretty in line. The hail threat is kind of this notch up here towards San Antonio. It kind of bulges out. The wind threat goes a little bit more like this, but for all intents and purposes, they're the same. But that's the reason why we still have this slight risk, this yellow, is because of that hail threat. So that's why when I made my forecast earlier, if I can find that graphic, I keep going back to this one. It's just such a good way to convey the different severe risks, where it is geographically, and a breakdown of the individual threats and what we could see, how high the likelihood is. It's just a really good graphic. So that's why whenever I made this, and again, this is all my forecast. It's not, I'm not copying the Weather Service. This is what I believe could happen here. So that's why I put a slightly higher risk for hail. That's why we still have this slight risk here. The wind threat still there, but I thought it was a little bit lower. And we've seen that. We've had, 60 mile per hour gusts so far. That's about what it's been warned for. We haven't seen anything upwards of 70 yet, but the environment is there. So that's why I upped it to that. The flooding risk, we really haven't needed to talk about. I haven't heard of any ponding. I haven't seen anything in the Weather Service chat. These storms have been moving relatively decently. They're not sitting over one area. So even though they are dropping probably 1 to 2 inches an hour, they're not sitting in one spot for an hour. But just if they were, or if they had a higher rainfall rate, there was a low chance of some isolated flooding. But overall, I think most of us are in line for a couple tenths of an inch up to an inch in those places that are currently seeing rain, because we do have more rain chances tonight. So with that, I am going to pull up what we've seen in terms of rainfall since midnight, but really it's just in the past few hours. So we don't have any reporting stations out here. But from those two storms, this is what we've seen so far, and I can query this. It's probably going to be around 1.5 inches to 2 inches. Yeah. So what I'm doing, you probably can't see where I'm clicking. I'm just clicking inside of these little pockets of rain just to get the higher totals. Yeah, so between 1 inch, kind of in the blue, up to the lavender purple, somewhere in there. So that's kind of what we've seen in these heavier storms. But overall, we're not done with the rain chances just yet, so if you haven't seen rain, there's still the chance into the overnight hours. Right. I am going to work on a social media post or two and mute myself, but I will be right here, and we'll jump back in about 2 or 3 minutes. Alrighty, no new questions here. So the Weather Service did just continue this warning until 9 o'clock. a minute ago or two. So they kept this warning in place. They kept the timeline and they kept the hazards as well. So still 1.25 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So a little bit over base level severe strength for this storm in terms of the hail, but 60-mile-per-hour winds is very the baseline for a severe storm. So this one right here up towards Live Oak County, the radar must be taking a lap. The Weather Service had issued a special weather statement until 9:15. That was for this storm up here, for some gusty winds, small hail, but you can see it's not holding together very well. So a special weather statement, they don't necessarily need to expire that or anything. But this severe storm still going, warning still in effect. No warning up here anymore. That storm is weakening. Elsewhere in the coastal bend, pretty quiet for us. Still watching that gust front, this little line right here moving through. And then to the southwest, a little bit outside of our viewing area, a lot outside of our viewing area. This is Laredo's area, but somebody had asked way earlier, 30 minutes ago or so, about storms coming in from the mountains of Mexico. And at that time, I'm gonna pop the Brownsville radar on here as well. There we go. So at that point, whenever they had asked, a lot of the storms that were out here, they were firing off and kind of dying off very quickly. But now we're seeing some of these storms a little bit closer to the Rio, and that gives them a better chance at making it to the coastal bend, because as we talked about earlier, this was 150 to 200 miles, from where these storms were, 200 miles to Corpus Christi. That's not going to impact us. But now that we're seeing some of these storms closer to the Rio firing off, they have a better chance of making it at least to our southwestern counties. This will probably, you can tell the Brownsville office, the weather office, they've issued a severe warning for that storm, and based on the angle, if you will, of this warning, it's moving off this way. I can draw the arrow. It's moving this way. So not necessarily towards us just yet, but we are starting to see even this storm right here in the blue circle. That one, if we redraw this white arrow just farther down in the same direction, just parallel, just the same direction there, it's farther away, but it has a better chance of clipping some of our southern counties, some of our southern communities in Duval County. So yes, we are still keeping tabs on that, but as of right now, nothing to be concerned about for us in that area. I think that's Zapata County. I think that's Zapata. And then Webb County. Not too much going on there, but this will likely cross over. And I can see what this is being warned for. 60-mile-per-hour, quarter size. So that's just a base severe thunderstorm. So inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. And I was just about to say that I would not be surprised if the Corpus Weather Service continues that into our area, into their area of responsibility. And they just did that right before I was about to say it. So they probably are going along with what the Brownsville Weather Service office was saying in terms of the hazards. They're probably also saying 1 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah. I'm going to go to the hail tracker. Nothing up there. Yeah. So I had mentioned earlier about probably this time here, around 8:30 or so, that the hail in this storm by Freer had come down in size. The storm had kind of not shrunk, but weakened a little bit, and that we were going to continue to watch it. If it pulsed up in intensity again and the hail came back, that's what happened. So it re-intensified. That looks to be about its max right there, about 1.25 to 1.5 inch hail. That's what it's still warned for. And it's a little bit under that now. It's more in this 1.25 inch size, this second blue color. But it did re-intensify, so it cycles through is probably the best way to describe it. And then down here, this storm, as I mentioned, this is the cutoff line, the edge of Webb County down towards Duval County. That's the difference between Corpus Christi Weather Service and Brownsville Weather Service. So these are technically two separate warnings, but they both agree that this is being warned for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but not of concern for us just yet. We are, though, starting to see a little bit more activity this way, almost connecting the two. If we pull it out, yeah. So I'm going to draw a line here. It's not blue for any reason, just that's what it is. But that's kind of a line along where those storms are now. So what I'm expecting to see here in the next, we'll say 20 to 30 minutes. What I'm expecting is this storm up towards Freer continues essentially this way. Pretty much all of this activity going the same way, like that. But maybe turning a little bit more like that the farther down you go. Regardless, all pretty much going the same way. What I'm expecting to see is this storm generally at least keeping its strength, I think at least severe status. I see probably one more warning. This one ends at 9 o'clock. I just need my pointer. This one ends at 9 o'clock for that storm. I think they're probably going to put another warning out for it, so long as it keeps that hail. Down here, too soon to tell, but it does have a warning until 9:30, and that's probably when this one will get warned too. They've been issuing warnings of 30 to 45 minutes this evening. But what I'm watching for now here, there's not really too much to comment on at the time being, but the fact that we're starting to see stuff pop up here means that you now have little showers that can then grow into bigger showers, into storms. So we're starting to see more coverage across the coastal bend, or just outside of it. But again, this all generally kind of moving this way, right? All right. The radar is taking a nap. There we go. The little storm, I've been up in George West, Live Oak County, south of George West. It's all but become a shower now. Out of curiosity, I'm popping on over to the velocity scan. And as I mentioned earlier, we did see this little, it's not a couplet, it's too far up to really be called that. I mean, it technically is, but the towards and away. And again, this is 4,500 to 5,500 feet up in the atmosphere. That just signals that I clicked on something, hang on, bring it back. That just signals that the storm itself overall, broadly, is spinning. We call this up higher in the atmosphere a mesocyclone. Basically, it's just the storm spinning that makes it a supercell. And those are typically stronger storms, which is what we saw. But now, I don't really see that anymore. There's not a clear or defined, away and towards. We have a tiny little bit right here, but the vast majority of it is not. It's going the opposite direction. So that tells me that the storm is either disorganizing or the disorganization is leading towards weakening. So it's possible then that they don't reissue. But for now, this does go until 9 o'clock, so another 10 minutes. And I believe it's still the 1.25" hail. I don't think they've updated that. Yeah. So we'll have to watch and see. That's interesting. It doesn't have quite as much organization up higher anymore. So that typically leads to storm weakening. We'll have to watch it and see. But this line down here is starting to fill out a little bit more. These little pop-ups, that one come up right there. It's a little bit bigger now, but nothing really more than just showery activity there at this point. Okay. So people still asking about the potential of rain and hail. So yeah, there's still the potential for rain and hail. I will actually, I'm gonna pull up my futurecast. And it's possible that this has updated since I showed it on air. So I will have a disclaimer with that. So 9 o'clock is the closest time frame to what we have right now. And I don't totally agree with this, y'all. So I can't put a pointer. Actually, maybe I can. Bear with me. We're doing some workarounds here. Okay, now I can pull my pointer out. So this is a forecast model, right? And it's showing the closest time to right now. So instead of 8:30, it's 8:50. It's closer to 9. So that's where I put this to. This really isn't what our radar looks like. We do have this storm kind of close to Freer, and there's a little bit of those showers kind of out this way. That storm that was in southern Live Oak County, it's still there, but it's pretty weak. There's nothing, you know, in southern B County, and we don't really have much up here. So I'm not really a fan of this model, but we'll still see how it plays out because I want to show y'all that we still have that potential for rain overnight. So this shows overall a little bit less rain. And honestly, this is a little closer to what we're seeing right now, minus this and push it ahead a little bit. But activity down to our southwest, that checks out. So this is showing less rain than what I saw earlier today, because again, this is an updated futurecast model run, but still keeping some of that activity coming from Mexico down to the south. So some of our southern communities still in line for some rain. We'll watch overnight. So this, again, showing less activity now. That trend seems to have come down. A little bit of some heavier pockets of rain mixed in there, but overall showery activity. So that is good news. And then into tomorrow morning. So this forecast model seems to have backed off on the rain overnight, but kept it and upped the chances for tomorrow. And so the reason for that would be if we don't have as much activity tonight, then you still have a lot of that energy left over in the atmosphere from kind of earlier today and overnight, and that's still sitting there for storms to use. So if we don't see as much tonight as we previously thought, that energy is still there to use. You go to tomorrow and we still have rain chances, that energy is there, you're going to add more on top of it. I think that's why this is showing less tonight and more tomorrow. So if this showed still more similar to what I had earlier in our newscast, if this was still that same forecast model run from earlier, it had more rain earlier and less later because you're using up a lot of that energy. Now what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to hop on over to another model because these typically update around, it'll change because of daylight saving time. These update in Zulu time, so kind of like military time, right? That does not change with daylight saving time. So it'll go from updating at around 3 p.m. and 6 p.m. to updating at 4 and 7. So we did get a model run in that will now have loaded in the time that we've been on this live stream. And this is probably going to start at 3 p.m. Don't mind that. It's still loading. Yeah, so this was our in-house Futurecast model. This is what I did not show tonight because I did not agree with it. It's showing 9 o'clock here. That's not what happened. So I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna see if there's a newer forecast run that I can load, at least partially load into here. Yeah, so this would be the 6 o'clock one that I mentioned. A little bit better overall. It's not totally accurate, but I do like it a little bit more than the other one I just showed you. It lines up a little bit better, not totally, but it's a little bit better. I'm gonna see if there's any other one. No, so that is the newest one. Okay, so this one now, walking you through it, just talking out loud, forecasting, keeps a little bit more activity in the overnight hours. And again, it also shows down towards our southwestern counties, down towards, say, Hebbronville, Benavides. It shows that activity coming up from Mexico through, I don't know which county this is, through Zapata County, I believe, through that county, across the border, into Webb County, Duval County, and then it keeps that coming. So that's, somebody had asked, again, earlier about the mountains in Mexico, the storms there coming across the Rio. I think that's possible. So I like this model run a little bit better than the other one. But it still does show a little less activity into the overnight hours. So that being said, the question then is, does it show more activity tomorrow as well? And the answer is, I don't know, because it hasn't loaded yet. So this model run only goes until about 1 o'clock right now. That is a bummer. But at least through that part of the day, it doesn't look like quite as much. So I think from our forecast yesterday, this morning, I think rain chances are trending down a little bit. But we will still wait and see. So that's a little bit of a bummer. I don't know why my green line stayed on there. Okay. That's weird. All right. So Freer is finally seeing some rain cooled air. They are in the 60s now, along with Beeville. And this storm, it's a lot smaller physically, presenting on radar, it's a lot smaller. I'm gonna hop on over to the hail tracker. But it still has severe hail. And this warning, I haven't heard if they are continuing this one or not. I think they will be, solely on the fact that it still has these blue colors. And as soon as I pulled it back up, I went to my internet and I came back and there's another warning there. But because it has the blue hail here, anything above an inch, still there, still severe, they rewarned it. Like I said, as soon as I looked away, it popped up. Okay, so this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds still and quarter-size hail. So quarter-size hail being an inch. I'm gonna also track this one out now that it's a little bit of a skinnier warning and it goes out a little farther. That means there's a little bit more confidence in which way it's going and it's moving a little faster. So this one, they issued it, pop that up, for 45 minutes. So as I mentioned earlier, they're putting these out for 30 to 45 minutes at a time because they're pretty confident in the fact that there's storms here, the atmosphere is favorable for storms to develop and to continue. And even if they weaken at one point, to pulse up and down like they have been. So that's why they're going with a little bit of these longer warnings instead of just a 30-minute severe weather warning. Okay, so again, I think this said it was moving at 30 miles an hour. So again, we're doing our handy little trick because I just like to confirm the speed it's moving at. Draw two lines. Oh, you can tell the bottom half of the storm isn't there anymore. moved around 10 miles or so. But I'm going to go to the last hour, actually. I'm just holding it on the screen instead of drawing it. Yeah, so it's about 20 miles. So I'll go in the middle, 25 miles an hour. And again, I'm drawing this for the heavier rain, not necessarily for this stuff underneath where I'm circling with my little cursor. You'll see that a little bit beforehand, but you can tell where the edge of this is right here. That's what I'm tracking. And I will go in and adjust this if need be, the direction, but I'm just going in the direction of the warning right now. I think that's pretty good though. Loop it through. So here's kind of a timeline on when this storm, that heaviest part of it, could be arriving, moving at 25 miles an hour. Again, that's a little bit slower than the warning is for, but I'm just seeing movement closer to 20 miles per hour rather than 30. But I'll keep tabs on it every few minutes and retrack it to see if it is speeding up. So as of right now, again, I only pull this out an hour at a time. So it looks like San Diego pretty soon, next half hour or so, it looks to be going through a pretty unpopulated area because there's not really anything querying. None of these little points are popping up in this area really. It's waiting until San Diego, you know, kind of down here. So, decent bit of lightning still. Probably some pretty decent rainfall rates as well, but I do need to take off the watch and warning to look at that. Yeah, an inch to probably 2 inches an hour. Pause it. So that's, yeah, 1 to 2 inches an hour is what this is putting down. I don't like to query it right in the darkest part because as we saw earlier, that's hail. It's going to give you an erroneous amount. So I'm going to put the watches and warnings back on. So this severe warning goes until 9:45. The severe thunderstorm watch, that pink color in the background, goes until 11. I'm just looking at a video somebody sent us that Carly texted me real quick from Freer. Lots of really heavy rain and some hail, lots of lightning. Yeah. Actually, let me go look. If you have any hail pictures, by the way, any hail videos, send them to us. Whether you comment it, you can send it to our station page, to my page, you can email it, all of that. Oh, I think it was a video from Leslie's dad. Okay. I'm going to check my messages to see in my comments if anyone has posted any pictures or anything of hail. Again, send them to us if you have them. There was someone that asked, what's taking so long? We, our forecast I think was pretty consistent in, they canceled the, oh, okay, for just part of it. So going back to that first thought, our forecast was pretty consistent in the fact that today, the bulk of the day, the morning, the afternoon, and the earlier part of the evening for the majority of the coastal bend. So what I mean by that is most of the, we'll say southeastern coastal bend would be good and rain-free. Enjoy spring break, do whatever you want. But it's to our northwest into the evening hours that we would start to see stuff, and that we had to wait for it to come across the coastal bend. So we do have to be patient for those rain chances to move across the area. But as we saw with the Futurecast updates, the rain chances do look to be trending down a little bit. So that is different than the forecast. But I'm going to clear this off of here. The second train of thought that I went into was I saw and I'm getting notifications for the severe thunderstorm watch being canceled for some of our counties. So now you can see it's only for our southern counties. Refugio, Aransas, Bee, Live Oak, McMullen, LaSalle, they are all out of the severe warning, out of the severe watch at this point. This little storm here that was severe warned from McMullen County into Live Oak County, it is now just a little shower over I-37. But we're still watching this storm here. And with that, I talked about earlier, the watches are issued, they're really boxes that are drawn just over the map. And our system interprets that and it just fills the entire county. So I'm going to look where the new box is. It has not updated. So the reason I can tell it hasn't updated is because it's still up here, where none of those are under a severe thunderstorm watch anymore. Cool. Maybe it'll update in the next few minutes. Okey-dokey. Just seeing if there's any more comments or questions. All right, so the hail on this storm right here, not quite as big anymore. Though there is still a teeny tiny little pocket of blue, of the light blue of that 1-inch hail, severe. So we'll see if it pulses up again. I had to think of the word pulse. I think it will, again, based on the fact that these storms have been pulsing on and off over the past few hours, and the fact that the Weather Service drew the warning out so far, that orange severe thunderstorm warning. So that gives me confidence that they also believe that this storm will continue to regain its strength here in a few minutes. So this storm down here to the south, watch how the hail, it just goes over to the right. So it looks like another what we call right mover. So you've got your storm here. I'll actually zoom in on this. This was half an hour ago. So you've got your storm moving this way, right? That's why the warning was drawn that way. And then you have, with respect to that motion, that forward motion, you've got the left side and the right side of that, right? So whenever the storm starts to go, this way, you can see how it is turning to the right. So that's what we mean. Whenever we call this a right mover, it's turning to the right, so on and so forth. So the Brownsville office may have to redraw this warning here. It's similar to that warning that we saw in Freer earlier, where the hail started to kind of go outside of the warning area. So we'll see if they, number one, redraw that down in the valley, and number two, if the Corpus Christi office cancels this warning. just looking at this closer. So the last two little scans of the hail tracker, there's just this tiny little pocket, this tiny little blip of this blue color. And again, that's about the 1-inch hail. So it is still a severe storm because it has that 1-inch hail. It's just not a lot of it. And as soon as I said that, there's now a bigger pocket. So it does look like this is pulsing back up. Hop on over to the velocity scan in this area. Nothing that I'm concerned about. So the storm, hello. I'm getting a lot of notifications from the Weather Service. Yeah, so it looks like they canceled that warning down in Webb County that we just talked about, yeah. So they said no more here. So what we'll probably see is this warning get adjusted that way, but it does look like that is going to be moving the other way now. That being said, it is still possible that this kind of continues on a, I'm looking at it, one sec. A motion kind of like this for a while before it goes more to the southeast like the rest of this does. So as we talked about, whenever these storms first pop up, they're a little bit more guided, if you will, by the surface conditions, the lower levels of the atmosphere. But the stronger they get, the physically taller they get, they're more so guided by the upper levels. So once that happens to this storm here, it'll go more to the southeast like these have been. But so long as it's closer to the surface, it'll be a little bit more of a northerly motion, or from the south to the north. Yeah, this little pocket of hail is almost entirely out of the severe warned area, but that is not quite our area. We're focused up here. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I think they just shrunk that warning a little bit. I wasn't totally looking at it. Yeah. So they updated it. It is still until 9:45. And it is for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So earlier this had been warned for 1.25-inch hail. It is now 1-inch hail, which is in line with what the hail tracker has. I always move over in front of the computer, but I need to be aligned with the camera. So this is really the only area of concern that we're seeing right now. It's our only severe warning. So I'll focus on Duval County real quick, these showers, and then I'll hop up to our northern counties. So these still are just kind of showery activity. There's not really too much going on. There's not even any lightning in this area. It's not super heavy rainfall. I mean, there was one little blip. That was a darker red, but it's gone away now. And I don't believe we're seeing any significant wind out there. It may be gusty out there, but it's not that strong. So off to our northeast. There's not really anything going on up here either. There's this little shower that is the remnants of what was this severe storm here, like that. There's a little bit of shower activity over towards Goliad County, over Refugio, up towards kind of Ostwell, Tivoli almost area. Central Coastal Bend. Nothing yet. Still watching the gust front. It kind of fades off of the radar, so that tells me it's kind of lost its oomph, if you will. So it's not as clean of a wall of wind. Nothing down here. So yeah, we're just watching this singular storm here, keeping tabs down here towards Zapata County. Over the border there is a pretty major storm, a lot of lightning and probably hail. Yeah. So we'll watch that and see if it kind of continues a more northeasterly motion towards us or not. But for right now, we're just watching this singular storm. I'm gonna look at rainfall totals, see how that has evolved. I don't expect too much of a change other than the rain just kind of extending more this way. Yeah, that's pretty, I can't think of the word. So roughly an inch in these thunderstorms. They were dropping around 1 to 2 inches an hour, so they move pretty quickly. You get about an inch out of it. I'm just clicking points within here. Yeah, so it looks like between an inch and 2 fell there. I'm not sure why our freer is so misplaced from the actual town. I cannot answer that. All right. So I'm going back to a wider view here. A lot of the state is quiet now, especially towards central Texas. There's still a little bit of some shower activity up towards northeast Texas. There's not really any lightning there. Towards the Houston area, still a decent amount of heavy rain, but not quite as much as there was earlier. A lot of this is moving out of the kind of this edge, outer tongue, whatever you want to call it, of this slight risk. And south of that, not really a lot going on. And then down here we just have these couple of storms, singular storm and a few showers that we are watching. So I don't know why that keeps popping up with that green line. Now it shouldn't. Okay. So I just changed this over to the hail tracker. It's kind of hard to see when there's not a big area of hail. It gets kind of covered by the lightning on here, so I'm going to take that off as well. Where did it go? It is there. Whenever our graphic system if you have anything stacked on top of another thing. So if I have watches and warnings and then the hail tracker below it, that's why the hail tracker did not show up here. It's because the warning was, or the watch was physically on top of it. Now we can see it though. Goofy. So this last little pulse of this storm wasn't quite as robust as, you know, back here. It got up to, I think that would be 1.5 to 2 inch hail. No, 1.5 to 1.75 inches. And then it weakened. It got back up to about 1 inch, 1.5 inches, 1.5 inches, and then now it's kept at about 1 inch in that little tiny area, and now it's just kind of some small hail, maybe up to 1/2 inch at best. But this warning does go out pretty far for another 20 to 25 minutes. I will probably sit with this through the end of that warning, through 9:45. I'll probably be here unless they extend it again. But after that, we do have our evening newscast, 3 News at 10. It will be at 10:30 though, because I don't know who's playing. There's an NBA game. And then after that, there is a post-game show. So hopefully they're done at 10:30. If not, it'll be a little later. Regardless, I'll be watching the radar, just from the Weather Center instead. Seems like there's a little bit more activity popping up over central Webb County, so I'll keep my eye on that. If this stuff right here, if it decides to move more towards us. For now, it kind of looks like what I call popcorn storms. They just kind of pop and they go away. It's kind of what this has been doing as well. And the Weather Service down in Brownsville did adjust this warning. Instead of bringing it up that way, now it's over to the east. So what we're seeing, just kind of broadly, is kind of this line right here. This line of storms. Big storm right here. We're seeing all of these as evidenced by the warnings, these severe thunderstorm warnings. If I just draw an arrow out from each one, everything is starting to move that way. So what I anticipate for this stuff out here now is also for it to move this way, but it is possible because it's such shallow activity, it's not very strong, that it does move a little bit more northeasterly. But the reason that this stuff, even though it's weaker by Benavides by 359, the reason that it's coming more in line with everything else that way to the east is because it's in line with everything else, if that makes sense. It's more aligned with the other storms and likely that stationary front. Whereas this stuff out here is behind it, shallow activity, it's doing its own thing. So I tracked this last probably about 15 or 20 minutes ago. I'm going to retime it because in that time the Weather Service did also update the warning. They kept it at 30 miles an hour. So kind of that leading edge of the heaviest rain. And this is going back an hour. even slower. Maybe from there. Yeah. It's about there. Yeah, so I'm still really only seeing about 20 miles an hour on this. I'm going to do a cone shape now. No, I'm not. It's too small. This one, even over the last few radar scans, what I was going to say is it almost looks like it's starting to drift a little more northeast. I'll need a few more radar scans to see that though. Anyway, so this will be closer to Orange Grove, around 10. And again, this is moving closer to 20 miles an hour, I think, so I'll time it out for 25 in the middle. Pull it out an hour. And that doesn't really change it that much to 25. If I go 30, like the warning, it's only a couple minutes difference. So I'm going to leave it at 20. This looks wild when the radar is loading. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. So someone said I'm not talking about Corpus a lot. That's because there's nothing here. So everything is still out in the brush country. It is moving this way. It's just very slowly moving this way. So initially this evening, a lot of stuff was going east, and that would have been the fastest course for it to get here. But now, to get to Corpus, to get to the coast, but now it is moving a little bit more southeast. You can see overall that line, it's moving more southeast as opposed to east. We're not seeing, this is not moving this way. It's moving more like this. So while that is a more direct way, it means instead of getting something that's right here, coming to the coast, it means we have to wait for the stuff that's up here to come down. So that's why I'm not really talking too much about the coast. There's not really anything going on here. So this storm looks to continually be weakening. It's not very impressive on radar anymore. There's very little higher reflectivities with it, the colors on the radar. I wouldn't be surprised. No. I wouldn't be surprised if this does not pulse up again, if it doesn't look stronger here in the next few minutes, that it won't come back. So we'll see. But the hail is, yeah. The hail is almost non-existent at this point. So it would take a decent amount for this to start back up. Not impossible, but becoming less and less likely the weaker this system gets. Now out towards Webb County, kind of behind that line I've been talking about, you've got this storm here, and that seems to have a little bit more going for it, but still very small, quite far away from us. Not concerned about it, but we'll track it. That's essentially the same for down here. Severe storm, far away from us and going the wrong way, but we'll track it. So as I mentioned, I'll be on here for another 15 minutes until this warning expires, unless they cancel it early. And then I will need to go get ready for our 10 p.m. show that is at 10:30 or later. I'm going to read a discussion that was put out by the Weather Service. So the folks who put out that severe weather risk, the categories, the 1 through 5, they put out discussions periodically about smaller areas. And so, you know, we have the severe risk, so they're putting out these discussions for our area. And it's talking about the potential for severe weather and for the potential need of more watches, that kind of stuff overnight. And they're saying it's not as likely. There's still, you know, some isolated activity. That's what we're seeing, right? It's pretty isolated in nature. It's not widespread by any means. But we do still have a couple of severe warning storms, like this one making its way towards northern Jim Wells County, and this one down here towards Zapata County, and just over the border as well. So isolated activity is there. There's some little showers, another tiny little storm out towards Webb County, but overall, not that much going on. And they're talking about, you know, the front, I think, I'm trying to figure out if I have a way. I'm finding where I can draw a front on. There we go. So the front is probably around here, like that. And it's not necessarily a cold front in the sense of it bringing super cold temperatures, but it's a front. It has cool air behind it, so it's a cold front, but it will slow down continually and it'll stall. And as long as a front is in our area, that'll keep us with at least a low rain chance. Fronts like to focus moisture and energy along them. They provide a source of physical lift in the atmosphere to get storms going. So that's around where that front sits right now. They're saying, you know, a lot of the activity has either weakened, it's dissipated, and that's what we're seeing on our radar. And I believe they just dropped that warning off. Yes. But just continuing this discussion here, you know, they say that the strongest storms, very obviously, across the border. There's still the chance for activity, but overall, because we have lost the daytime heating, you're not going to see a lot more activity. They're not anticipating a new severe weather watch going out. So, what I am going to do now, because they have canceled that warning, I am going to reset this camera view, and I'm going to hop off. I'm actually going to adjust it to there. But I am going to go to the Weather Center, get ready for our evening show. Of course, if anything else pops up on here that needs our attention, that is severe warned coming into our area, I will hop back on. But until then, I am just going to leave the radar up. It'll continue streaming into the overnight hours, at least until I leave. If there's anything of significance, of course, we will hop back on.